all my little storms, and welcome back. Oh, why is it doing that? Well, you know what? Doesn't matter. Hello. Welcome back. Hi. How many times can I say hello in different ways? Oh my goodness. But hello, everybody. It is Friday, my dudes. It is a Friday. It is, honestly, around here, the weather is starting to get weird. I'm gonna be honest. The weather is very weird around here when it's the changing of the seasons because it's going from winter to spring, and honestly, the entirety of the weather system is really screwed up right now. Because it doesn't know whether to be cloudy or sunny or rainy or hot or windy. It can't figure out what it wants to do. It is very hectic and chaotic, which honestly makes sense. Makes sense for a lot of things. So I have some good news, and that's pretty much it. I actually don't have bad news. So far, I don't have bad news, which is good. So good news. The entirety of the first chapter of the lore comic is probably going to be coming out I'm hoping early April, which means that it will finally be debuted in early April, which is great because right around that time is when I will be revealing my 2.0 model. It doesn't mean I'm going to be debuting it yet. I'm just like revealing what the art looks like. So if you guys want to make any fan art or anything like that, you guys can go ahead and do that. And that's going to be really awesome. But also it'll be nice to be coinciding with it because then people can go, oh, okay. So this is like, you know, also alongside the other thing, the Analog Horror is finally getting its second episode and will eventually be getting its third episode as well. I still have to work on the rest of the episodes, but it looks like it is going to be about maybe like 10-15 videos long. I planned it for 10, but some of the things I actually have to split up into multiple videos. Also, if you are looking at the Analog Horror, I will say this much. Eyes are important, and that's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna... By the way, when this video comes out, the other Analog Horror videos will already be up, so if you want to go and check them out, please do. You know, and I will just say that much. Eyes are important. And yeah. Honest, I'm gonna be honest. What the heck? Why? Alright, I don't know what my mic is doing. My mic was being weird. Like, the light. My mic has lights on it, and it was just starting to be weird a little bit. Yeah. I am very excited that I get to have not only be working on the lore comic that I've been wanting to make. I call it the lore comic because technically it still doesn't have a name yet. And yes, I will think of an actual name before before fully publishing it. It will get a name on it. Because I'll have like a little kind of like name card of what it is. And it'll just like say which chapter it is, so that'll all be separated out for you guys to just kind of basically scroll through. By the way, it is going to be posted, the first 4 parts of each chapter will be posted like kind of on Twitter a little bit, but the rest of it will be on Ko-Fi, so there will be a link down in the description below, so you can go and click on that, and it'll be updated all the time on Ko-Fi, but I'm like thinking of like maybe just showing you the first page and just say the next chapter of whatever is now here, to just announce it on Twitter. So if you do follow me on Twitter or X, it'll be up there. Also, there might be where I post a little snippet of it on TikTok as well, which I don't know. There's a whole entire thing of like TikTok might be getting going away and where I currently am, but the thing is I don't know about that, but I'm still gonna use it. So I'll be like basically announcing it and showing it off a little bit. honestly, I don't think it'll do good on TikTok. It'll be really interesting if it does. And I will say, I wish I could dedicate more time to be able to make content and things about it for TikTok in particular. But the thing is that, let me just give you like a rundown of how my day normally goes as a content creator. So I wake up, I figure out what project I'm going to work on, whether it be the analog horror or doing the comic art, or the comic. For right now, it's the comic. Or I still even have to work on rigging my model and any other commissions that I have done. So it's like, there's a bunch of different things I have to do with time management before actually even going into thinking about like, what do I have to make for stream? Do I have to clip and edit anything? When do I have to upload it? Like all of that other stuff. On days that I stream, I have like the morning part to do whatever I need to do, and then the afternoon is doing the stream, and then after that I do all of my clipping and editing, and usually also uploading it the same day onto TikTok. Now, onto TikTok, onto YouTube Shorts, onto YouTube. Of course, they're not posted up, they're just like saved in drafts or scheduled to be released at a later time. And yeah, so there's a lot of things, and unfortunately I can't just sit down and do art all day sometimes, and be able to work on it, because there's other projects that I could end up having to be able to do. And honestly, that's just how it works. There's a lot of things, and I'm a one-woman show. It's only me. It's only me here. I'm the only person doing this stuff. I don't have anybody to go and edit my stuff. I don't have anybody that's downloading the shit and uploading it. I don't have any of that stuff happening. It's all me. Everything is me. Even down to my emotes, my overlays, models, everything I make myself because I just do. So if you want to continue seeing all the stuff that I'm currently creating and you want to support me, definitely go and check me out on Ko-Fi. Support me there. Support me with tips, or even just come on here and like stuff. Subscribe on YouTube, do all that cool stuff, and it helps me trying to get to be able to be monetized on YouTube so I can be making some money from that. That's, in a way, it's kind of why I'm making the analog horror series, because if it becomes popular, then, you know, people might flock to it. I will say, though, it will only be a one-off thing. Maybe in the future I might make another one, but I don't know for certain if I will continue to make another one. It just depends on what I want to do and the kind of story that I want to create. But yeah. I will say there's a lot of things that I would love to say about the analog horror and like how it came to being, but I don't want to say anything until after it's already done, or if people reach out like asking for interviews. By the way, if anyone wants to do an interview like eventually later down the line, if my analog horror becomes popular, I really don't care about doing interviews. And the other thing is I feel like it would be funny and interesting to do interviews, because I wouldn't be doing it with my normal face. I would be doing it with my VTuber. And it's just like, it's gonna be really funny, kind of like connecting VTubing and the analog horror sphere together. I think it's stupid. It's funny. But when the next videos come out, what I might do is start showing some of the art and the behind the scenes-ish here and there. About like how everything was kind of put together. I'm not going to give you any answers. I'm just going to show you the behind the scenes of how I put it together. Because honestly, I take a really long time to make all these videos. I don't take a lot of time, but you know, I try and put in effort. And the good thing is Jose has helped me out here and there with like, hey, maybe you should do this because this would make it look better. And I'm like, yes, that's what it was missing. I think I need to still upload the third video right now, but should be out by the time by the time this video comes out, the third video will be out. And then I'm planning, I need to wait a bit because I need to do, by the way, the analog horror does have art in it, because I can't do Photoshop and doing like surreal, realistic pictures. I'm not good at that. But the art that I can do for it has been, just for the most part, has been done relatively well. in what I can be able to accomplish. Even I was astonished that I could do it. Especially with the second video you're gonna see at the end. I'm gonna be honest, I do not draw creepy art most of the time. Like, I don't draw creepy stuff. Like, I draw, like, you know, with the Halloween stuff, like, I draw, like, that kind of stuff, but I don't do, like, actual, like, horror-related kind of art. So, it is nice as an artist to kind of expand my venture of that. But also, as just a content creator, as a person that's not really good at editing, I feel like it also has been helping me of how to be a little bit of a filmmaker as well, and just kind of like see how, and like basically dabble in it a little bit more, and it's nice, it's great, and you know, I will say I'm more poetic with writing than I am with like most other things, so I do hope that, you know, people do enjoy the analog horror and find it interesting, and, you know, come up with theories on what exactly is happening and what's going on, and I would love to see it. I'm not a person that really puts myself out there very much, and I will say this analog horror I'm going to probably be pushing a lot, because it I think, in a way, for right now, it is my, like, what do they say? It's like, you know, my work of art in life, I feel like, is my analog horror right now, currently. So yeah, I'm sorry, I really like talking about it. I also really like talking about my comic as well, because there's always things that I'm coming up with. I finally have the entirety of the first chapter written out, all of the dialogue, because there's now dialogue in it, so that's new. And I'm trying to get better at organizing a comic to be able to make it look nice, and all of that sort of stuff. But it does mean that it is going to take a little bit longer than I assumed it would, but the thumbnailing is almost done. I kind of try and work on it, at least for 2 hours or like an hour a day, just to kind of get some of it done. Yesterday I worked on it a lot, and that's how I was able to get most of the, like, writing for it done. Again, there might be days where we're going to be spending some time actually sketching it out or coloring it, and that's what I'm planning for next Wednesday, is to probably be actually doing some of the coloring phases, so you can kind of see what it's going to look like in the end, and then I'm going to do all the rendering and stuff like that as well. But yeah, so hopefully that first chapter will be done, because basically I'm going to make, like, the first Act 1 and Act 2 just, like, one chapter, because they don't really need to be that extremely long. The only thing is that the next one might be 2, just because it needs to be separated into 2 halves. And then the last part will be, of course, the actual lore, and that one is going to take way longer, but I'm gonna try and, like, condense it a little bit more, because there is a lot going on, and in my mind, like, I've written it, unfortunately, like a book, and it needs to be written more like a graphic novel, and graphic novels are written a little bit more, like, compact. So that's why it's like I'm trying to make this current first part just like one chapter. Wait, hold on a minute. No. Sorry. I was listening I was listening to one of my Oshus right now playing a game, and unfortunately they just ended the stream. Damn it. I was watching on YouTube. They're a YouTube person. I have been really obsessed with I've been really obsessed with Lucian Lunaris currently. I'm sorry. I have been. It's not because of anything. It's just like he's really relaxed and comforting, and what I hoped to be as a content creator, and what I'm definitely not. So yeah, but I do like some of his stuff. But anyways, back to the comic and stuff like that, right? So I have been trying to work better at it. I'm hopefully, like, just doing, like, the Act 1 and Act 2 kind of, like, help prepare me for doing the third act. So you'll see even, like, my art style probably improve a little bit with how I do the comic, so that then when it gets to the final one, it might look a little bit different than how the first 2 would, but that's just because it would evolve over time. So yeah. Hopefully I get it all done. But yeah. So that's the good news. The other good news is that it is starting to come up to April, and April is is when we're doing this Autistic Self-Advocacy Network charity stream for the entire month. We are not streaming every single day. Let's just say that much. I'm not streaming every single day. We are just streaming normal time, but every time that we stream, it will be for the charity stream. I already have set goals. I have all the basic things done. I will probably be posting stuff up about it next week more, and kind of like pushing it out more next week and the week after, just like so you have like 2 weeks where I'm just bombarding you with this information. But April is Autism Awareness Month, along with a few other things, so that's why we're basically doing it. And the main reason I'm doing it is because Autism Speaks, which is a terrible autistic charity. You can look up all the controversies and things about them. It just, because Google is free. They are not a great charity, and right now throughout April, Autism Speaks just really like bombards like celebrities and all these other people that just don't do the research. So that's why I'm like trying to be out here saying, please don't do this. Please don't go to Autism Speaks. Don't go there. There are plenty of other great charities that we can support during this time that are way better, in my opinion, that actually do good things for the autistic community. And that's who we should be focusing on. So we're going to be focusing on Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, but there's plenty other awesome, amazing autistic charities out there. Just, you know, make sure that you're researching the right people, make sure that you're researching like the correct ones. And even Autistic Self-Advocacy Network has a bunch of other shows, like a bunch of other autistic like charities and other great charities that are just doing amazing things in the world. So yeah. So not only does this charity highlight other charities, but it also like make sure that those charities are great for everybody around the entirety of the world, which is awesome. So that's what we're going to be doing in April. And I have some fun things planned. There is a new model that is going to be coming out for the month of April. And if we hit a goal for the first day, now it's a long stretch, but even if we hit it after the first day, I will have to then now stay as that model for the rest of the month. And George would have to stay in their new look, because yes, George is also getting a new look for the rest of the month as well. So we basically will be having a fun little interesting thing that will be happening. So that's gonna be awesome. I'm kind of excited for that. I'm glad that, you know, I've gained enough support to where people come, watch, sit down, and enjoy my stuff, and are able to kind of be here and just, you know, we can just have fun, you know? And I can be able to do this. And I hope that, you know, we can continue growing on further so that then I can do more of this stuff and be able to do it as maybe more than just a hobby, but as a actual fucking job. Well, actually, this basically is my job. I don't ask for a lot. I just ask for support, and I appreciate all the support that you guys give me. And I hope that we continue to grow and have support, and yeah. But that's all I basically have for right now. I wish I could talk more about, like, everything. There's so many things I want to talk about, but I can't because I'm like, well, then I would spoil a lot of things. And I'm a person that spoils a lot of stuff. Especially when I'm super excited about certain things. I'm just like, I just want to keep on rambling. Can I just keep rambling? Maybe next week. Maybe I'll just have maybe on Friday I'll just have a rambling stream. Next Friday I'll have a ramble stream where I just ramble off like the randomest of stuff. I'll get a whole list together of shit that we could just talk about. Actually, it might not be a bad idea. Now that I think about it, might not be a bad idea to just talk about stuff. Actually, I was thinking about making a sort of quote talk show-ish kind of situation, but bringing on Jose, and then us just talk about like random things that are going on. Not like being like drama and stuff like that, but just like kind of like we would talk about certain drama stuff, but we would mainly just like talk about other things that are currently going on. Either whether it be funny or just, you know, a little bit like, you know, hard or downtrodden sometimes. Downtrodden! Who says down? I'm the only VTuber that probably says, downtrodden. It's downtrodden. I have such an old way of speaking. I think that's why some people think I'm 30. I'm not joking. Apparently some people think I'm 30. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not 30. I'm not yet. Jesus. I'm getting there though. It's coming. It's coming around the bend at some point. Jose will be 30 before I'm 30. Anyways, you're probably all here for some art. That's what we're gonna be doing today. We're gonna be working on some lore art in particular. We're not working on the comic. I just wanted to make some lore art. Also, technically, in a way... What the heck? Oh. Package. I was like, I have my window open and I'm just like... Because I can see... So, the funny thing is, where my office is, I can literally look out the window and see our front door, so I know if anybody is there. And it's really funny to be making eye contact with the carriers and just, like, staring at them. As you can see, there's a lot of windows in this temple, so it's not surprising that there's a window there. I actually might be getting a new background, but I might have somebody else make it. Because I'm gonna be honest, I make everything myself, and I'm starting to get a little tired of it. Not that I don't like it, it's just like, hold on. Try to like... There we go. Sorry, just like, my mind just goes, what? I get preoccupied. Anyways, what was I talking about? I don't even remember. Right, art! So we're gonna be making some more lore art today, which is gonna be great. I will say, it is like belated, kind of technically, funny enough, I'm gonna just make this a belated White Day, like, whatever. It's basically a belated White Day art piece, because I was like, oh, I forgot about White Day. But then I'm like, I don't think it matters, does it? Well, I'm like, you know, it should be belated White Day, because I do have a male model anyways, and I'm like, I should probably make, like, a belated, like, a White Day post, and I kept thinking about it yesterday, and I was so preoccupied with making the lore comic that I didn't make it at all, and just decided later on in the day, I'm like, you know what, I want to draw Order instead. I'm just gonna draw Order. By the way, when I was sketching him for the comic, that was the first time I had ever drawn Order, and now I just really like the design. So much so that now I'm making art of it. And I'm gonna be honest, I think it's only like, this one and Order and Kolvan are the only two like characters in like in my story that I'm just gonna call it the story or whatever. The story art, comic art, that I've just drawn and never ended up changing much of their designs. Which is interesting, because technically Kolvan is a variant, or like, some sort of variant of Order. That'll be discussed in the second act, like how that exactly happens. It's gonna be shown in the first one as well, because I have that basically all set up to go. So you kind of understand, like, oh, okay, this now makes sense. But yeah. So, Hold on, let me like clean off my drawing tablet a little bit. It's a little dusty. It's a little dusty for some reason. It's got some, oh my gosh. It's got some dirt and crud on it and stuff. But yeah. Like, I've been talking for 30 minutes and we haven't even gotten into like the main stuff. Oh, also, I forgot to say this. I need to say this. On Sunday, for those that are watching on YouTube, they probably won't, this will be past. I don't know if I'll be streaming it on Sunday or if I'm just gonna be over on their channel in particular. But on Sunday, I'm gonna be doing a Smasher Pass Monster Hunter. I think we're doing what is it the weapons, and the armor and the monsters? I think so, but I don't remember or recall. But I'm gonna be doing it with Arctic Glacy, you know, the garlic boy. I'll be doing it with them. We're gonna be doing that because they moved their ship and they're now settling into their new dock. So, they've settled into their new dock so they can be able to stream again. And they're like, collab? They literally just like, all of a sudden I just get a random message because they spell my name backwards, right? And they say Tra. And all of a sudden I just get a message on Discord from them like, Tra. And I'm like, what? I was literally walking the dog and all of a sudden I just see that. I'm like, yes. Yes, Glacy, the garlic boy. And they're like, collab? Like, Smasher Pass? And I was like, Smasher Pass. Literally, if I pull up the fucking DMs and you saw potatoes, honestly, it's pretty funny. Like, same brain cell syndrome. Very much same brain cell syndrome. But hey, you know what? It's okay. We'll just be probably sharing the same brain cells. So again, we're going to be on Arctic Glacy's channel in particular. Actually, you know what? Let me shout them out really quickly so you guys can, like, go and see that. So the thing is, I don't remember how to spell their name. It's Arctic Glacy. Hopefully, I don't know if this will work if the person isn't in chat, but we'll see. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't work. That's really funny. It doesn't work if they're not in the chat. That's very interesting. Well, you know what the great thing is that I already have my stuff up anyways, so I might as well just, like, grab their might as well just grab their link anyways. Here, let me see if I can find them. Glacy. Where are you? The Arctic Glacius boy. There you are. He always has to... There you go. That's Arctic Glacy. So if you guys want, that'll be on Sunday. So if you're watching now, it'll be on Sunday. If you're watching the stream live, it'll be on Sunday. If you are watching on YouTube, it's already been done. So you can go and check them out on their channel. Again, I don't know if I will be streaming it. I don't know what we're gonna exactly plan for it. Actually, we haven't even discussed anymore, like, what it is. I have to message them. It's like, hey, we doing it on your channel, or can I stream it too? What's the gist here? What we doing? What we doing? What we planning? What are we planning? I'm gonna be honest. It's very hard for me to. It shows that Glacy and I are both very terrible planning collabs sometimes. Oh, yeah. I was actually talking with Fane, and I was just like, yeah, I have a hard time actually talking with other VTubers because I feel like a burden to you all. I feel like a massive burden. And they're like, no, you don't have to feel like you're a burden asking to collab. And I'm like, I do though. I do. I don't even sometimes want to talk in my own Discord because I feel like it's too much of a hassle. It's so weird. I don't know why I'm like this. I don't know. I think it's just like, you know, in everyday conversations, people usually ignore me. So that's why I just kind of feel like, yeah. Like, it takes me a long time to build up courage to even enter into a voice chat with other people because I go, people. Yeah. Anyways, we should probably be moving over into the stream, shall we? Yeah. Yeah. Onto the stream. I almost clicked on the wrong one. I have like several streams. I have regular like art stream. I have the stream like thing for Switch when I play Switch games. I have like 3 different stream like little scenes here. It's just behind the scenes of the scenes. I have 3. Literally one for art, one for Switch games, and literally one for full screen games, which is like, you know, basically any other game that we'll play is just on the fuller screen. So, yeah. Without any further ado, let's go. Yeah. Let me get my drawing pen out. I honestly really like this improvement with my new model where I can literally just like act like I'm actually drawing. And it's great. It's really great. I love it. So as you can see, this character is all in black, and that's because I want to reveal what they look like, okay? What the color, I know you can see the color palette over here, but don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the color palette here. I'm gonna actually turn that off. But I wanted to show you what they kind of look like, with what I've been putting in for the art of this. Even still, there's some things I forgot. Like, I forgot to give him his fabulous nails. But when I turn it off, I know what's going to happen. Everyone's going to be like, oh, yes, mine. Because that's what always happens whenever I draw, like, male-ish characters. But this character specifically, I think I hit the nail on how I wanted them to look. And the reason being, it's because I want to make you question everything. And you'll know when I turn this off. So, I hereby reveal the full design of what order looks like. Ta-da! Yep, that's what they look like. Again, this is still flat colors, so it's not rendered. So yeah. So it's not fully rendered yet, but yeah, this is what they look like. Honestly, I actually changed how I wanted to do the several eyes over here. But the great thing is that when you are viewing only this half, you think that it's a woman, but then you look at the full picture and you realize, oh, that's a dude. And it's like, yes, that is exactly how I wanted it to be. That's how I was trying to do with Colvon. It just never worked. But for some reason, Colvon just looks like a dude, no matter, like, just a flamboyant femboy, or just like a crazy insane being. That's like all he looks like. But Order I wanted to make more of very much ambiguous. And that some people think that Chaos and Order are supposed to be like married, and it's like, no, we're siblings. I don't know if anyone's read Heaven's Official Blessing, but you know like how you know how the Water Master and Wind Master are brothers, like they're actual biological brothers, but it's like for some reason some people like think that Wind Master is actually like a girl. And so they think that they're, like, romantic partners. It's kind of like that. But they just shut it down all the time. Because they literally just go to everyone and say, we're brothers. It's like, then why do you look so feminine? It's like, I just want to look fabulous. Can I look fabulous? It's like, yes, you can, Order. You can look as fabulous as you want. And so that's kind of the story behind this. Honestly, I was a little concerned about putting lipstick on them, but it looks nice. It looks very nice. But yeah, so Honestly, I like how also the color palette has been turning out. And I was like thinking about it. I was like, huh, you know, why does this color, why is this like this red and black combo look familiar? Fane, I might have been inspired by your design a little bit. I might have been inspired by Fane's design a little bit. But I mean, like, it works because I needed something off the shoulder. And I'm like thinking, I'm like, you know what would be really funny? Is like having like a little comic where it's just like, it's like, Fane, you remind me of somebody. And then they just go, who? And it's like, and then just like order, it's like, yeah, but you're better than them. You're a better alternative. Cause like, you're better than my brother. Sorry. That's canon. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. But I didn't realize that until after putting the color down. I was like, oh, I see where the inspiration might have come from. At least for where to put the colors, but not for the overall design. I will say though, I'm thinking about maybe changing their design again when, cause this is like during the time of the creation story, like the creation of the world and like the story behind how the world of my lore was created. I was thinking about changing it, like changing their outfit, cause basically Chaos changes their outfit. So I was like, maybe to fit, their outfit does change as well. But then I was like, yeah, maybe, but I'll think about it. Because I honestly like this current design a lot better. And honestly, the only reason why their outfit changes, or Chaos outfits changes, is because of everything else that happens. I can't explain a lot, but just know that it has a lot to do with how I basically fought God and became COD. Yeah, my lore, simply. Born immortal, ended up in a war, then fought God, became God. That's it. That's the basis of the lore. Anyways, so we're just gonna be out here just like doing some last little minute changes if we need to. I will say, like, now with our multiple eyes and all of that, I was like, you know what's really interesting is that bugs are one of the most interesting, like, complex organisms that kind of exist alongside that of, like, fungi and stuff. Because bugs are very, very proportional. I don't know if you noticed that, but bugs are very, very much like symmetrical, very well organized, and all of that sort of stuff. Like, and then I was like, huh, you know, it makes sense for order then to be like bug or insect-like, because like maybe they view that bugs are the most like perfect species. Because they keep to a certain order, they have a hierarchy, they have a cycle, they're like very stringent upon it, like everything happens to a T, all of it is very perfect, even like down to their body, like, and how they work and function is just like exactly the same. And I was just like, huh, yeah, he would totally be the like autistic person that has just a bunch of bugs on display behind him. Like, you know, they would be so into bugs. And as a person that doesn't actually like bugs, it's really interesting to now actually draw a character that likes bugs, because I don't like bugs. I like certain bugs. I like certain insects. Like, you know, everyone likes butterflies. I like moths. I think that moths are really cool. I also really like spiders, which are not insects, but they're arachnids. And I would say that his design is more based off of a spider than it is anything else, which again is also really cool and interesting, because I'm gonna be honest, like I will say there's not a whole lot of characters that are usually based on like bugs and insects, and I think it's just like people have like a kind of away from it. But it's like, I kind of like doing this. I kind of like that he's a spider. My mother vehemently hates spiders. She finds all insects as like something to scream at and jump away from. Me, I see a spider and I'm like, friend. So if anything, it makes perfect sense for the lore, because it's like, maybe the reason that Art sees spiders as friends is because, oh, secretly she's just like, I feel like I know this thing. But yeah, there are some small details that I started making, for the art piece in particular, so we're gonna kind of like go through his design about why I chose to do certain things the way that I did. First off, we're gonna actually get like another, because I want to talk a little bit about character design and like how I kind of think about doing character design, because I don't think I talk about it a lot, because I do put probably a lot more thought into doing character designs and like why these characters are designed in certain ways. It's just because where I went for school, in animation, they kind of teach you that. I will say, again, you can learn this on your own as well. There's plenty of tools out there that will explain to you how character design works. That's why I'm teaching you. I already spent money on school. You don't need to spend money on school in order to learn these things. So one thing that is always super important, of course, when looking at character design is silhouette. That's why I put him in silhouette. And honestly, silhouette, even like in the sitting pose, you know who this is. And that's because, you know, you have these, let me get because you have these in the insect area, like, you have the insect stuff here, you have the horns, you're gonna have these big sleeves, as well, but definitely the insect, you know, the insect-like appendages here, the horns, the style of horns and the way that they are, and also technically the ear as well, and also this symbol, if you see it outside of the silhouette, are all key features. And key features to me is just like, it separates it from how the other characters look. So it's just like a main way of saying, this is this character, and this is how I know this is this character. So yeah. The other thing is too, with actually doing the coloring, this symbol is repeated, here in his eye and also on his belt. It is an important key feature because this is a symbol of order. I almost wrote chaos, don't worry about that. This is a symbol of order. The upside down one that you see on chaos is the symbol of chaos. So they're supposed to be inversions of each other. It's kind of like supposed to be, basically, if anyone's seen, you know, the yin and yang symbols, it's basically that. It's basically the yin and yang, but in my own interpretation of it. So that's important. The other thing here too is, actually, if you look really close at the tie, it's tied like a butterfly knot here. Because, like, you know, because they're like a spider, you know, butterflies and other bugs get caught in their webs. So that's kind of like what it's supposed to be inspired by as well. So a lot of little small details that kind of went into doing this. I actually didn't think about this when designing these wraps, but I kind of headcanon that these wraps are kind of like, in a way, a showing of ties and connections and stuff like that. And then, you know, and they have ties on this leg as well, but it's down further because they have like this pants thing here. Yeah, I wanted to make it a little bit asymmetrical. And actually, the funny and interesting thing is that Chaos actually has the most amount of symmetricalness to them, and Order has the most asymmetricalness to them. Which you would think that the designs would be inversed. Like, you know, if you're gonna do a thing of having Order, why have it have so much asymmetrical? And even here on the robe here, it's asymmetrical because this actually divides like this. And the reason that I made it so asymmetrical is because I like contradictory. I like having a contradiction. That's just how I create and design my characters. And that's just an interesting thing altogether. It's like making them be contradictory of each other. Where it's like, this is supposed to be order, but then like their outfit doesn't show that they're like an organized-ish kind of person because like they're asymmetrical. And sometimes with asymmetricalness, it can also like come off as like a little bit of like, maybe this character is a little bit more shadier, or maybe they just have an interesting fashion, or they're just more appealing to look at. Most asymmetrical designs are a little bit more appealing to look at. But even with my symmetrical designs, I still try and make them appealing to look at as well. But yeah. Also, a small-ish little detail that I made in this particular character design as well. You can't see it because their other eye isn't available to see, but there is a mole. And I don't know, and on my current VTuber model, I also have a mole, but Chaos in itself has a mole on the other eye. But this one is the only area where it's symmetrical, because there's a mole here and there's a mole on the other eye in the same exact place. So that is a small little detail that I put there as well. There's also a small detail to the amount of eyes that there are here. Because there's one, I think I didn't make a whole lot. I think I made, because there's 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 and 8. So there's 8 eyes, just like an arachnid, because again, inspired by an arachnid. But the eyes do have a meaning to them. They're supposed to be the representations of overseeing different kinds of order. So yeah. So it's like, you know, each eye is a representation of order. And order in particular has to do more with like cycles, laws. You can even put into it like architecture, literature in a way, is also technically part of order, but is also part of chaos because it's a spontaneous creation based off of your own energy. But like architecture is like such a precise thinking. You have to have numbers, math, all of this sort of stuff, and that's like more into akin of like doing it in order. So it's like interesting to kind of think about that. I'm gonna think about it a little bit further about like what actually falls under order, but any forms of magic, like actual forms of magic, like, you know, fire magic, earth magic, air magic, like magic in itself, or like using of the materials to create spells, casting, all that sort of stuff fall under order. But the natural elements, meaning like the base elements themselves, are that of chaos. They exist naturally within the world, and then people that come in and take those stuff and reutilize it is like order. Is like creating an order to them, creating a chaos, creating a hierarchy to that chaos. So another way to think about it would also be a like idea of pack hierarchies. They're technically a part of order, you know? So because it's like order creates laws, restrictions, and all of that sort of stuff. There are technically some elements that also fall under order in a way. Like, for example, the best example that I can give is water, because water in itself has a cycle to it, like the water cycle. So water in itself is actually more under that of order, though the base element of water comes from chaos. So it's like the base elements are chaos. And actually, I even said it better. Order is the architect of the universe. Chaos is like the person that provides the lumber and the rocks and the concrete and all of that. Oh, Pat the George. Hello, welcome in. Gotta pat the George a little bit here and there, right? George appreciates the head pats. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. So order is like the architect, and then chaos is like the person that provides all the materials and stuff for the architect to do their job. So they both have to work in tangent together. Because if they don't, the entirety of reality basically collapses on top of itself. So yeah. So a lot of thinking does go into how I create my designs and how I want to create them. Even my VTuber design, there's a lot of thought that has actually gone into it. From the necklace that I wear, to the ties in the hair, to even on the shoulder. Well, I can't show it, but on my sleeve, there's a little design there. That also has meaning to it. So like every bit of all the characters that I do have a little bit of a thought process into, one, why are they wearing this? Two, what functionality does it give? Like, is it an actual function? Do they just want to wear it because they like it? Or does it have a meaning to them? So, like, you know, this symbol has a meaning to them because this is a symbol of order, and they are order, so they would wear this symbol. And then, you know, chaos has the opposite one, so chaos would wear that symbol. And all that cool awesomeness, right? So yeah. Always, oh, my mother is home. Most of the designs are always very, very personal. Personal. Hold on, my mother just came home and and my dog's asleep. Leia. My mom closed the door and she finally realized, oh, Mom's home. I didn't expect my mother to be home. Usually she's home like a few hours from now. So I don't know why she's home so early. Maybe she's just done. She's just done with it. What?
Are you screaming?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna have you carry something in the car.
Oh, I can carry it.
You okay?
Yeah, I can carry it. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Mama Art got it. I need some help. I'll be your man. And we're back. I just had to bring something in for Mum. And then I was like, you know what? I have to go to the bathroom anyways, so... So might as well take the time to do both. Right when an ad's about to pop up, you know what? I'll just run an ad right now. Just for you guys. I should have run an ad when I was out, but... it was gonna start anyways, so might as well run the ad right now. Anyways, while the ad's running, what I'm gonna do is basically finish up what I wanted to do. Here. There. And then I'll talk a little bit more maybe about the character design. Because a lot of process does go into character design along with world stuff and a whole bunch of other things. Alright, now everyone's back. I hope you guys enjoyed your weird, strange ads, whatever they were, because I know that that's kind of how things work, is that sometimes they're just a little weird. So I hope with that, ever they were plenty weird and interesting. I just am going in here because I forgot to do their fabulous nails.
Hi, Pug.
Hi, Pug. I think these ones need to move down a little bit. Yeah, they do. That makes it work. There we go. Because I forgot to make their fabulous nails. But anyways, so... I like how I just now have this entire like little diagram on here about all the things of the character design that are so important. But yeah. Oh, I was like, wait a minute, why is that not? It's because I forgot to turn this back up again. There we go. Because I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. I'm like, I wonder why. That's why. How's it going? I can't see stream, by the way. Oh, that's okay. It's going well. Just making some art of order right now for just decided to make some art for the lore comic. Well, just like character lore stuff.
Crab, crab, scare, crab, frighten, crab, and
I fucking love that. Crab. Gotta love the crabs. All hail the crabs. I was thinking of doing a meme, but I literally decided to leave my head immediately when I tried to think about it. Goes well on my sushi. Yeah, crab does go well on sushi. Well, if you have crab, but most of the time, is it sushi just imitation crab? Let me make sure that this is the correct. It is. Okay. Just want to make sure that it was the right one. Right layer. Kitty. Oh. I keep forgetting. I need to make kitty mode into like kitty and dog mode, because honestly that's what it is. Because I just get dog. I now get dog ears instead. I keep forgetting to do that. I have to remember to change it. Imitation crab is better. Regular crab is good, but imitation crab is safer to eat. You know, what is imitation crab anyways? I've always wanted to know that. I've never asked because I don't know what it is. And then the VTuber I'm drawing. Oh, nice. That's really nice. But anyways, I gotta think about rendering. How do I want to render this? The dreadedness of rendering. What layer is this? Oh, it's that. Okay. That's gonna technically have its own thing. Bead and okay. Can we make all the hair the same? Oh. What? Uh-oh. Oh. I don't know why the head pats sometimes just doesn't work, but thank you so much for the head pats. Thank you. Yeah, make sure the dog is properly patted. Where the crab, I prefer parties where the crab is fake and people are real. Yes. All the great parties where the crabs are fake and the party is real. It's only the best parties in the world. I will say I gotta rechange some of the channel points because I do want to make them a little bit cheaper. I'm probably one of the few streamers that has very cheap channel points. And I think the funny thing is that because they're really cheap, like, people use them more often, which I'm just like, yeah, I mean, shouldn't people be using them more often because they're cheaper? But I know so many people that have like really high ones and I'm just like, why? Why is it so high? Actually, funny enough, poor little bug on the wall fits perfectly for order right now because they're basically inspired by an arachnid, so... So that's actually perfect timing. So this is the earring, so let me just do that. Technically this also needs to go under here, but I won't. This is hair's side. It's this hair. Oh no, I just realized something. And then hair side. See, I knew that wasn't the same. All those doppelganger parties are boring. Everyone just stares and smiles. Oh my gosh. Oh. I have some very bad news, everybody. So, okay, I'm gonna preface this. I do not like drama, and I kind of like said something about this and then kind of left it as it was. But apparently the person that created the Mandela catalog, which was one of the inspirations for kind of how I wanted to create my analog horror, is unfortunately a terrible person. And that's all I'm gonna leave it to. If you guys want to go and look on it, there's a whole entire document on Twitter that literally documents everything. And, you know, it's really interesting because literally right around when this came out, they actually posted up volume 5 of the Mandela catalog. So now I think some people are wondering, like, should we continue watching it? And it's like, but if we watch it, technically it's paying him because he basically is monetized on YouTube. So this is like the one case, it's like, it's kind of hard to just try to watch it without supporting them, because by watching it, you are supporting them, which is kind of like, what do we do? So yeah, it's terrible, but you know what? There's plenty of awesome other great analog horrors out there that are also very large inspirations as well. Actually, I would think that the Vita Carnus is probably the more bigger inspiration than anything. And also, I think they're also an artist as well, like the person that made it. They're kind of like a little bit of an artist as well. So, I'm kind of looking up to them for doing very creepy and weird art. Also another artist I do follow as well, that does creepy and weird art, so yeah. So that's unfortunate. Just watch something else. Yeah, that's what people are basically doing now. Which is sad, because I actually did really like the Mandela catalog. I liked its concept, but now, so many things have come out, I'm like, oh, that doesn't make me want to watch it anymore. And it's sad, because they had another, they were doing like another analog horror as well, called, something Oracle, Mystic Oracle, or something like that. And I was like, oh, this is interesting, I'll watch this. I hadn't started watching it at all, and now I'm just like, I don't think I will watch it now, even if it might be amazing as well. But it is kind of hard when you kind of look up to a creator, or like look up to or like are inspired by like the content that they created, and then it's like, yeah. I will say though, like as an individual, it's just like, I understand that some of these content creators might have some skeletons in their closet, and I need to accept that. And so for the most part, with what it is, I just am like, you know what, things are gonna happen, this is just how it is, and just keep chugging along. And that's my idea of it, is to just keep doing that. It's sad, but I understand, and people are just sometimes weird, and you just gotta move on from it, right? I will say it probably okay. It doesn't hit me very well. It was like, hit me, and then I was like, you know what? I'm greatly inspired by what they've created, but I don't like what they have done, like, as an individual. And even still, that doesn't, you know. So now I just don't watch their content. I literally, like, unsubscribe from them and everything, because I'm just like, nope, not dealing with you anymore. So instead, what I do is literally, if I want to watch the Mandela catalog, I literally watch somebody else that is just telling me, like, what the Mandela catalog is, or are doing watch-throughs of it, and I just watch them and support them because they're a better creator. So that's basically what I do if I want to watch it. So it's basically not supporting the person, but still, like, watching the stuff. Which might be, like, weird, but it's like, I still like what they created, but I just hate them as an individual. So it's like, if there's another way to get around it, then I will. Because, again, the story's still pretty interesting. And yes, I know now, like, apparently the inspiration for it was very terrible in a way. Still, it's like... but there are some things that make a lot more sense for the Mandela catalog now than ever before. So there's that. Yeah. Like, some things didn't make sense, and then it's like, now because of this news, I'm like, oh, now it makes sense. I won't say anything on it anymore. Well, let's just continue drawing, this amazing guy. Well, you know what? He's not any better, is he? I mean, instead of watching Mandela Catalog, you know what you should watch? My analog horror series, The Tempestus Project. Or, as I also like to call it, The Storm Project, because, Tempestus is just storm in Latin. So, if you want to watch something else, it's like shameless plug, I'm sorry, but, yeah. I mean, but there also are plenty of other ones. What's like a really good one that I'm thinking of maybe making a little bit of a series of us watching, watching through certain analog horrors. One that we can watch that I am really interested in because I like because one of my favorite horror movies is actually The Thing. It's called, West Coast Angelica. That one's kind of cool. But again, I'm like debating on if we want to do it. I will say though that for some reason the analog horror video of us and like of me watching a bunch of different analog horrors and all of that actually has been doing really well on YouTube, which is interesting. That's because it's like finally on the creepy side, and it's interesting. It's like a VTuber watching analog horror. No one does that. No one in the VTubing community that I know of does that. I mean, they play like the horror games, but when it comes to analog horror, like nobody actually watches it or like analyzes it. They're just like, gaming is much better. But I'm like sitting down and looking through and kind of like watching through analog horror and trying to figure it out and maybe even putting my own input into it. Like, yeah, that's kind of something that I would think about doing. I know Dunmer a dumber VTuber that did that. What? So that's 2. Yeah, I will say for the most part, I think like a lot within the VTubing community. Dunmer. Ah, Dunmer. Okay. Yeah. I like, again, I think that it's interesting, and honestly, not a lot of people talk about it. Dark Elf. Oh, a Dark Elf VTuber. Oh, you know, it's really interesting. It's like Dark Elf, and I have pointed ears and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, but I'm not an elf. I'm an alien, technically. But yeah, like, I think that the reason that you don't see a lot of, or like, because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of VTubers are more focused on doing gaming than they do, like, other content. Unless they're, like, really big and can be able to do just chatting streams and watch along kind of streams. Usually you don't see a lot of people doing it. And also, for the most part, most VTubers are pretty normal from what I've noticed. Like, they watch anime and manga and stuff like that, and like read manga and things, right? But then it's like, when it comes to like the creepier stuff, like maybe the most that they've touched is like Junji Ito and stuff like that. Do you want to join my corkboard? I did see that. I think that other people should join it. Like, I want other people to be involved. I don't want to just, like, put myself on there. But I do appreciate the ask. Anyways. I think this is almost done. So I might click on something else. You know what I could do? Does George want in? You know what? You can put George on there. Go ahead. Put George on there. I'm not even joking right now. Speaking about analog horror, I'm now going to be listening to somebody explaining analog horror to me. Actually, this one, analog horror, or like analog, like kind of cosmic, weird, whatever horror that it is an interesting one, but it's so confusing and convoluted in some places that it's just a little too complex to watch. Because I've even seen somebody watch through it, just like watching through it, and we're so confused. And everyone just kept saying like, oh, don't worry, it'll get answered like way later on in like season 3 of it. And I'm like, there's 3 seasons. So and I mean like 3 seasons with like several videos in them, okay? And there's another like spin-off series in it. And yeah, so there's a lot apparently in a lot of those. But if we want to, we could watch it. It's called Monument Mythos. It's also a very interesting idea as well. And volunteers, so I'll probably fill it with some non-copyright cryptids. Yeah. Well, I'm not a cryptid though. George probably is more cryptid than I am. It's aliens / cryptids. Ah. Yeah, but I'm not really alien-like, that's the thing. People be like, oh, it's just an elf, isn't it? Actually, you know what is really interesting and really funny that I have an issue? I'm just like, I've been seeing a bunch of people on Twitter, literally in the VTubing sphere, just like posting up like what people think that they like, what people say that they look like, or like, or look similar to, like what character that they look similar to, and then what they look like, and I'm just like, I'm just over here by myself like, yeah, no one's compared me to anything because I don't look like anything, like anybody, any other character that I can think of. There's literally none that I can think of that looks similar to me. And I think that's really good because that means I'm super original, but it's also super bad because then no one can be like, hey, you kind of look like this person. I think I'm kind of interested in that. I'm just gonna watch you. Oh, by my early days of streaming, I used to be called, I was an elf.
You look like a bottom.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's what I should do, is I'll just post up on Twitter instead. Just text saying bottom.
I remember when I paid a visit to the doctor, she wanted a sample, so I puckered up. She pulled out a giant needle. I never went back.
Also, hello, Jose. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Jose. How are you? I think I was gonna call this close. I was gonna say in the early days of stream, hold on, I'm like trying to like separate this all. I forgot something on the character design. I just realized that I forgot something. I can put it in here.
Call me a coward if you must, but that needle was really goddamn huge.
Well, George, if it was goddamn huge, why'd you need it? Because you might have needed it for something. The question is, what color do I make it? I could make it this darker color.
She wanted my blood for study.
To study what, George? What's so important in that little cranium of yours? The doctor in question used to oh. I see.
It's a good thing she has a heart, otherwise I would have been treated like an earth frog in a school.
Oh my gosh, an earth frog is. Yeah. There we go. We'll do something like that. And then... I'm gonna debate on whether or not I want that to be filled. Alright, I'll go with that. And then what's this? Oh. Just gonna call that. There you go. Alright. And now we're gonna have that be the last one to do. Okay, and then... By the way, if we finish with this, like, early, we might start blocking in for the other picture that I'm currently working on, which is Chaos. Which is another Chaos picture as well. Honestly, I've just been, like, really just drawing a lot of the characters, honestly, because I've really just been wanting to just draw more of the characters. And because, like, we're starting out with the creation story only has 2 characters in it. Well, technically 3 characters. Which is Order, Chaos, and then eventually just Wisp. Which will be covered within when the comic comes out. So it's only those 3 characters. And then the next one, you're dealing with a lot more characters. So I'm just gonna try and have to figure out a way to kind of like balance it. Because there are a lot more characters. Oh, an ad is going to be starting in a minute. Jose, you can snooze it if you wish. I will not. But an ad is going to be starting up soon in a minute. I know that on Mix It Up, I can literally announce when ads are going to be incoming. I think we gotta set that up so that then it tells you guys when an ad, at least on Twitch, when it's coming up. So, because I know that a lot of people don't subscribe, so it's like, you know, it's just nice for people to know when an ad is coming up, because the ad does last 1 minute and 30 seconds. I have a question. Yes, Jose. What is your question? What is your amazing, brilliant question today? Da, 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 da. Oop. Hypothetically, if my wife were to join me for D&D campaign, would I buy her the foil art covers? Or should I get her plain no foil covers? I don't think your wife would care unless yeah, I don't think that the wifey would care. Because the wifey isn't gonna look at them, like, wifey doesn't care about foil cover. Even though, yes, pretty, shiny, wife does not care. Just get her bare minimum. Because at the end of the day, I'm only gonna be using them for D&D and not just constantly looking at them. If it was like an art piece, then yes, pretty, shiny. I don't know, I'm personally picky because I don't want to put tabs and damage the foil covers. Exactly. See? It can't do damage to them if they're not foil. So you can keep them nice and pretty in their own way. Alright, perfect. Oh, this is in here. Okay. Oh, it is working. It's just not. I think I have to do this as a multiply first and then change it. Oh my god. Yeah. Eventually I'll be joining Jose's campaigns. Because he'll be the DM. Eventually. Because right now he's still playing with the group. So eventually I will be joining them. So that's why he's like asking about the books, because I'm going to actually need them this time around. Because last time we were playing, the person just had, like, the stuff online. And so we were basically just kind of, like, looking at it from online. But now it's like, I gotta actually get the books. I gotta do that stuff.
Mom, I saw Jose talking with another woman. She asked him what he wanted to get and he said he wanted a large number 1 with fries. The other woman was a cashier at McDonald's taking his order.
That's okay. He can talk to other women if he's getting food. Because at the end of the day, it's just their job. Oh my gosh. There are some women out here. This is why I question humanity. Apparently, there are some women out here that get mad when the waitress asks, like, so, like, you know, if a couple sits down, like a girl and a boy, why is it that the woman gets mad at the waitress for just talking and asking about the order? Okay? Like, why do you all get mad? Like, it's just their
I
job.
stole Jose's fries because I wanted to talk to her instead.
Oh my god. Like, it's just their job. It's just their job. They're just doing a job. Like, why are you getting mad at them for doing a job? I just don't understand some people sometimes. Cause like, it's like, why? Why be mean to them? They're just trying to do a job. They just want to get paid. They just want to go home. Like anybody else that has a job. They just want to do their job. Just let them do their job. They're not trying to steal your man. They're just doing their job. How the guys who get mad when their girl has a guy friend over. I forget this. Oh my gosh. Like, I'm gonna be honest. There's some times where I can understand, like, being jealous. Like, you know. But sometimes it can be, like, miscommunication. Like, Jose was telling me the other day about, like, some of his coworkers, like, that were women, like, asking him some stuff. But, like, he didn't give me any context, so it sounded like the girls were hitting on him. But then he explained that, oh, these women were married, they were, like, in their 40s or whatever, and they were just asking him about, like, other, like, random stuff. Like, a normal conversation. But because he didn't give me that context, I immediately thought that these were just young girls just hitting on him because how he had said it was not, like, was, like, in a way that it sounded like they were hitting on him. At least to me, that's how it sounded. But then when he explained further in the context, I'm like, okay, you give me that context first, and then I understand. Yeah. I think, like, you know, sometimes it's like people that aren't dating, it's like, yeah. But yeah, that's just my thing. It's just like, please give me more context or else I'm gonna make assumptions, and sometimes those assumptions might be a little weird. And I did tell him, like, oh, I thought that these girls were flirting with you because you didn't give me the correct context. And I was like, no. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to sound like that. And it's not like he did it on purpose. So some people might be like, oh, but he did that on purpose. No, he didn't do it on purpose. He's not a person that does that on purpose. It's more of, we both have a hard time sometimes communicating some stuff. So sometimes we just forget the context. We forget to give the context in sometimes when we're talking. But we're more open to be able to ask for that context when we do get confused. And sometimes we don't. Who says they weren't flirting? I have immaculate wrist. Jose! Jose! You and I both know what we're talking about. Yeah, but I was confused and I did get jealous. But the thing is, though, is that then you gave me the context and then the jealousy went away. Because then I'm just like, oh, okay. They're just asking him normal stuff. It's just you hadn't given the full context. So I was super... The other thing, I was also really confused as well. Because I think, like... Because I was like, that's just the randomest thing to flirt about. Like, why are they doing that? like also it was like super random, so I was confused. And I was like, why are these girls talking to my man? But then you explained, and I was like, oh, okay, they're just asking you about, like, normal everyday things. That's fine. But I didn't get mad about it. There's some people that, like, immediately jump off the deep end and just, like, are super mad about it and, like, are controlling and stuff. I'm like, no, if you just ask them and they tell you what it is, then, like, that's not... It's not, like... Sorry, I'm, like, moving around a lot. It's not bad if you just ask for context. It's okay to ask for context, and if they get mad about you asking for context, to me, that's a little bit of a red flag. Because it's like, huh, why don't you want to explain exactly what was going on? That seems a little iffy to me. One of my... Got up-a-deed with the other dude and the other guy. Oh my gosh. Actually, speaking about that, some really funny, interesting things has been happening within the art community, which are funny. It's funny. So... So, a lot of AI bros are coming in and being like, oh, well, you don't need to worry about AI and all of this sort of stuff. Like, we're just, like, helping further you guys along. And someone was like, you know, there's nothing in the law against drawing anybody that says that pregnant. So now there's like this whole entire art movement to literally just draw the people that we hate pregnant. And I'm like, you know what? Go for it. Because the thing is at the end of the day, it falls into like, you know, freedom of like artistic interpretation of like, of you know, it's like political satire. So they can't sue them over it. They just have to deal with now that there's an art picture out there in the world of them just pregnant. And I'm like, you know what? Go for it. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Will I be doing it? No. But there are other people that are way more willing and way more gutsy than me.
Draw them kissing George.
I could draw them kissing a frog. I could draw them kissing George. Oh, just imagine that. Just a bunch of these people just kissing George, and it's like, oh, great. That'd be hilarious. I'm trying to make the highlight area be coming from the source. So I'm trying to like pull everything forward. I think that this needs to be pushed back further though. Because this would be further away from the light. Actually looks really good like that. Jose is awake and he is like, I am immediately sending you stuff. There we go. So it pushes that back further. This needs to go here. Oh my god. I don't know if they can even hear that. Anyways. I'm like, I will say, I don't think I will be able to draw the other thing I wanted to draw today, but it's okay. So I want to push things back. There we go. And now we're working on this area. I will say at least the other areas we can do the usual highlighting and shading method that I usually do with soft light instead of multiply. Multiply is great, but multiply only works in certain things. I will say soft light looks so much better to me. There we go. Yeah. I'm like making sure that it's coming from here and then would probably hit over here. And so that's the earring. We're gonna have to turn this into multiply layer. And then how much did I bring this down? 20%. There. I'm gonna be honest, I think my favorite part of like rendering everything is actually rendering the hair, because I do like to make it basically somewhat haphazardly, like sloppy-ish.
Hey Pug, good job improving your art skills. Now if you could learn texture and shading, you could make something nice.
I think texture and shading just depends on so I'm gonna be honest, I don't even really do texturing. The texturing that you see is basically just based on how I just do the brush techniques. I would say if you want to get good at... I will say this much. Texturing isn't really a thing. Most of the time when you're doing art, texturing isn't really a thing, but more of shading it to make it look like a certain texture. So you're not actually texturing it. Texturing in 3D art is like actually going in and making it look 3D dimensional to like look like it has grunge and grime and all of that in it. That's what texturing usually means, is like adding grime and gruck and usual all that sort of stuff. At least when it comes to me and understanding what texturing is. But texturing can also be like, you know, showing that this thing is shinier than the skin or something like that. Where like, you know, based on how I do the hair, it's gonna look different than maybe how I do clothes and all of that sort of stuff. But mostly you just need to know how to shade things differently, and the best thing that you can do is just do a bunch of black and white drawings. Literally just black and white drawings. It's the best way. Literally just take a picture from like any like franchise depicting the difference between jeans and sweatpants. Well, jeans and sweatpants... Okay, so when it comes to clothes, at least within my style, when it comes to clothes, you can texture clothes very similar to each other. And then what you can do is go over it with a texture brush. With like a brush or something like that. That will make it textured. Because nobody got time for doing all of the individual texturing. And the other thing is, most people don't. When it comes to clothes, they don't texture clothes. Unless you're trying to be super hyper realistic. If you're being hyper realistic, you can texture the clothes. Or you should texture them, because then it'll look more realistic. But if you're just doing like normal everyday like anime style art or like my art style, like you don't have to and you can get away with it. So it depends on what kind of art style you want to go for. If it's hyper realistic or like you want to go for hyper realism, then just use like a noise or do texture, like get a texture brush. That's like the best way. It's the quickest way, it's the easiest way, and you don't have to mull over it. But the only difference between depicting jeans to compare to pants is just how you actually draw them in the first place. So jeans are tight, mostly fitting to the skin, so they're going to be closer to the body. Whereas sweatpants are more looser, so they're going to be like further away and kind of sagging and bagging. That's the best difference. So it's not texturing or anything like that. It is just how you draw it. And then, you know, once you draw it, then you understand what the shape of it is. That's the best advice that I can give. Yippee! 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 Oh, someone is starting to make an updated Yippee. Where they're like, when I get too comfortable, and then I can be able to act like myself. And then they just, the little Yippee guy, like, actually stands up, and then just says Yippee in, like, the deepest voice, and I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. We're like jumping around where this art is gonna be, but I mean, like, looking at this and where it's gonna be going, that's good. It's going good. Alright, so this. And then oh, you want to know something that's really funny, guys? So on my drawing tablet, I actually have, like directly on my drawing tablet over on the side here, I actually have a bunch of like, it's a bunch of buttons to like do shortcuts, but the thing is that in order to do them, I have to move my pen really high off of the drawing tablet in order for it to activate. Like, I can't just like push on it when I have the, for some reason, the pen really close. And I'm like, but that's not really streamlined if every time I have to literally move my pen off of it and then press the button. Because like, I want to press the button and then work, and then press the button and then draw some more, so it's gonna stay closer to the drawing tablet. So it's really weird that that's how that's going to work. I don't understand. I don't understand why they decided to do it that way. So apparently my buttons have not been broken for this entire time, because that's what I thought it was. I thought it was non-functional. Nope. They're functional. They're just only functional at that particular moment. I don't know if I can change it. I have to go into the settings and see if I can. And if I can, then I don't have to worry about my keyboard here anymore. I can just, like, set these ones up instead. There we go. Do. Oh, this one, however, we're gonna need to go in here and do these all separately. And then make sure that this is through. And then go up here. You know what? I have decided I am removing this. I just want to see, with it being there, if I liked it or not, and I don't. And then there we go. Just to make it nice and shiny. And then we're gonna start going over here and doing the shirt. So the thing is, I want to increase this. Because that's going to help with how to place this. Return, because bad connection. Gotta hate them. Those awful connections. Actually, I've been trying to watch more of, what I've been trying to do is actually watch some more of my favorite Oshi right now, which is, from First Stage Production Avalon. They're, like, the first, I think it's their first male branch, but photo ready picture of George, maybe a signed photo with a kiss. Actually, funny enough, I actually do have that. Hold on. Let me pull this up for everybody. Oh. I think the person is here. Oh, I don't know who this is. I don't know. But hold on. Let me... My dog is going to bark at everybody. Hold on. Hold on. I need to find it. Where is it? I put it somewhere. Was it in here? Yes. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull these up really quickly. I need to redo these, but so funny enough, I actually do have this is a little sneak peek, but for anybody that does donate to the charity during April, I have these signed Polaroids that I'm going to do, and and one is going to be for George, so you could either have it be George, you could have it be the male model, or you can have it be my normal model. So you can pick which one that you want. So yeah, I can actually send you a Polaroid picture signed by George. I have to do the I have to write the George signature anyways, so that's great. Hold on a minute. I will be right back. I need to check on something really quickly. So I'll be right back. Just BRB for really quickly.
Mom is gone, time to party. Since Mom is gone, I've decided to play with fireworks indoors. Oh, being blind and the only thing I smell is burning coconuts. Great, my stash of hidden pizza pockets is on fire. What else could go wrong?
I am back, everybody. I just wanted to check on something really quick because I was like, what is going on? Because I like hear my mom talking to some people. She's getting Mama Art doing some stuff, some work. I was like, what's happening? I was confused. I mean, she told me that somebody was coming, but
The sprinkler has gone off and now my fireworks are ruined along with my NSFW posters. Good thing Mom
what?
isn't here.
Don't worry, George. I don't care if you have NSFW posters. I don't care. It's like my mom. That's how my mom is. She really doesn't care if I have NSFW posters either. She's just like, hey, as long as, you know, as long as they're covered up when people are over, it's fine. I don't have any NSFW posters or figures, but if I do, I would probably keep them definitely out of the eyes of most of my family members, because a lot of them would probably question me and be like, what is that? Then I'd have to, and then I don't want to explain things to them. I don't think anybody should have to explain to their family members what certain things are.
Thank goodness Mom is too distracted by my posters to notice the fire damage.
The what damage? What happened while I was gone? Well, I guess you on YouTube, you guys that are watching the VOD back can figure out what the heck was going on. Please tell me later. What happened? I wasn't even gone for that long. Minimum 5 minutes, probably? How did you... what did you do while I was gone for 5 minutes? 5 minutes, George. You know what? I shouldn't have to ask that, because you know what? I know. George does a lot of things within 5 minutes. Oh, George, I told you, you can play with lightning, you can play with thunder, but we've talked about not playing with fire, and why do you always do this? It's always back to the fire, isn't it, George? Just can't escape it. The flames are too tempting.
In the wise words of Jose, 5 minutes is more than enough time. In fact, 5 minutes is too long.
Oh my god, George. George. No, that is... I don't think that is what Jose really meant, but okay. The real loss is the pizza pockets. Oh my gosh, George. Oh, of course, Leia's gonna bark at everything. That's what Leia does. Okay. This is not the best time for my mother to plan like a whole bunch of stuff because there's now just a bunch of people in the house and I'm just like, I just want to stream. I just want to do my stuff. And it's like, I don't know if anyone's just gonna walk in. It's like, excuse me. Excuse me. Preoccupied me and preoccupied. Because then they're just gonna walk in and see me draw this. It's just like a whole bunch of people walking around and then it's just like me drawing this. I mean, there could be worser things that they could have walked in on. Oh my gosh. Because I just heard my mom saying like, oh, don't go in there, my daughter is like doing stuff. And I'm like, oh, thank you, mother. I don't want to deal with people right now. It's like I'm already streaming, I'm dealing with other people. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go in and render this a little bit more here and there. But honestly, this looks really good. Very smashing, might I say. You know, I should probably put like a whole entire thing and just like say, okay, what characters, what characters are smashable? I know Pug would just immediately say, yeah, no, they're all, you know, only friend-shaped. There you go. I do have to render, I think, a few things a little bit differently because if most of the light is coming from one particular area, friend shape, S shape, yep, that's what I figured. I think I might have to darken a lot of this. Because I think this entire area, because I'm like basically redrawing over the, because I feel like this needs to be the darkest parts, and then everything else kind of needs to be shaded in a little bit more. So like going back down here and literally doing this. Because it's over here. Huh?
Can you keep her?
Yeah.
She's like all over the place, jumping up on the table.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
I got the fluff.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to... Yeah, you can get the door closed. Oh, the top. Here, hold on. We got... Oh my god.
It's alright, you're not gonna block it.
Hold on. The thing is, I don't have anything to block it with. Whoever just did that fart, what the heck? Oh wait, I have a way to block it. No, you're staying in here. Mom had to drop off the fluff cloud with me. Leia? Leia? Do not do that. She's gonna start barking, I know she is.
Don't look at me, it was Jose.
There we go. I'm just trying to deal with a whole bunch of stuff. Leia, come on. You can just come over here and chill. She is like so intrigued with our friends. Oh. I have been shipified. Hold on. Oh. I keep forgetting those are the wrong buttons. I'm tiny. I'm tiny now. Tiny little art. Oh my goodness. So many yippies. My dog is literally looking at me and then looking back at the. She really wants the door open, but she's just climbing all over everybody. I'm like, yeah, I figured that would happen. We do actually have a crate for her, but does she go in it? No. Oh, this looks amazing, actually. Wait until we start rendering it. Because then that's the real truth.
The ball crusher.
Yeah, Leia, the little ball crusher. Jose, you're not wrong, because I think that's kind of what she's doing. I think that's why she was kicked in here. Well, it's more of, we have, like, people over, and she's basically, like, so enthralled with them that she just wants to, like, kind of be near them. And then it's like, no, Leia, you can't be crawling over a bunch of people. Can't be doing that. And she's just like, but I want to. I want to crawl over people. I want to be a little bit of a nuisance. It's like, no, Leia, they're trying to do a job, because these people are trying to do jobs. Honestly, I was a little concerned on how I would end up rendering this, because I didn't know how it would exactly turn out, but it looks like it's working just fine. Jose, what are you sending me? Actually, the question should be, should I be concerned what you're sending me? Leia, they need to get a job done. You can't go out there. You have to stay in here. She's staring at that door so intently. She just wants that door open so badly right now. You can't go out there. I know, there's people out there, but you can't do that. You can't go out there right now, Leia. They're trying, they need to get a job done. Let them do their job. Mom has to talk to them. She's like, but I want to be out there. I want to help them do their job. I don't know if you can hear her whines. She's just got her little whines. Unfortunately, she has to be locked in here, but if she needs to go, I will say if she has to go to the bathroom, she's been out for walks and everything, so she's pretty probably empty at this point. But if she does start crawling all over me and stuff, I'll know that she probably has to go outside. I think we'll start up here. I don't know if you can hear her whines at all. Can you guys? Can you guys hear her whines? You can hear how intently she wants, because they're loud enough to where even with my little hoodies. Aww. Yeah, they grew up so fast. Oh no, I was disconnected. Oh. What? She sounds like a little puppy. I mean, she is a puppy, but like, she sounds even more like a little pup. Because it sounds like, you know, little puppy whines. Like, that's what it sounds like. Like, imagine like just generic little puppy whines. That's her whines. That's what she sounds like. The noise I hear every time I touch a bag of chips. Oop. I meant to make this smaller. The funny thing is that I can hear my mom, and then every time she hears my mother, she starts whining. She's like, "Mother, let me go, mother. I did nothing wrong, mother. I must leave, mother." Alright. Like, you're not left alone. I'm here. Mom needs to get a job done. Hold on. Let her do what she needs to do. Alright. That was all. The amount of time spending just to render that was. Whew. Now you see how long it takes me to sometimes render stuff. I think it just depends. For fabric, like this, when I really want it to look well, I do spend a good amount of time on it. Because I want it to look nice.
Art is guilty. Very sus.
Oh, we're very sus of what? You can't just say I'm sus and then just leave it at that. Leia. Come here. Come on. Up here. Come here. Yes, you're not alone. Your Honor, heart pleads, whoopsie daisy. Yes, Your Honor. Wait, no, I can do this in a much cuter voice. Your Honor, I plead whoopsie daisy. I am not guilty of anything because I plead whoopsie daisy. I am just a small little munchkin. I don't think that most people heard that. I just got turned down the cutest little voice that I could and literally just said, Your Honor, I plead whoopsie daisy because I am just a small little munchkin. So I plead the whoopsie daisy clause. This could be the time for the gremlin child model. I don't have a gremlin. I don't have a gremlin model, which is funny. Oh, the little gremlin child. Oh, that's true. I do have the PNG. Yeah, but I need to get up a different program. I don't have like a actual model of it. I just have the PNG. It's just a PNG tuber. That's all I have. Funny enough, I just realized this, but most of my curse models that I have, except for the Furby, are actually just they're just PNG tubers. I don't know why that is. I don't know why I just have made this connection. I feel so bad for my dog right now because she can hear everybody outside and they're like, you know, she can hear them and she's just like, I want to go to there.
Your Honor, my client would like to please innocent, and since all the evidence has been eaten, you can't prove otherwise.
Exactly. What do you mean? What do you mean? I shouldn't be going to jail. I said I please whoopsie daisy. I can't be going to jail. I'm just a small little munch. I can't be going. How? What have I done? What have I done to deserve this?
The penalties for your crimes is death.
Huh? But I'm just a small little munch. You can't. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. I shouldn't be.
By snoo. Jose, come in here.
Jose, you should not be saying that when I'm saying that I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Please. Oh my gosh. Jose, that is not the correct thing to say when I'm saying I'm a little guy. funny that the subject of AI lawyers came up. I'm waiting for the day the AI lawyer says my client is guilty. Oh my god. Just imagine in the future hiring an AI lawyer and feeding them all this stuff, and then they just say I find my client Come here, Leia. Come here. Come here, my munchkin. Come here. Come on. You know your spot. Come on. Come on up. Oh, don't act like you're not getting attention in here. Come on. You have a whole little spot to yourself that you can literally sit on, cuddle up, and I can pet you when I want to pet you. But there's an entire chat here that can give you attention. There's an entire group of people here, Leia, that can give you attention too.
My client is innocent because they are a bottom and bottoms are never on top. Therefore, they cannot be on top of the suspect list.
Yeah, see, precisely. Precisely. Oh my goodness.
They are guilty as sin, the most twisted person I've ever seen. What's that, judge? They are my client, you say. I'm supposed to defend them, you say.
Oh my gosh, just imagine a lawyer that literally just goes, oh wait, I'm supposed to defend this person? Yeah, nah, man. Leia's trying really hard to escape right now. And the thing is, I actually can't close my bedroom door either. So it's like, even if I grab her and bring her into like the bedroom so I can like just, I guess, sit and read for a bit. Yeah, I can't do that either. Okay, we'll go with that. Oh, pants. I'm gonna do the pants. This looks really weird to render like all the ties on here, and then it's like, but then like the skin isn't rendered, so it looks a little weird. It's like, it's okay, it's okay, it's all right. It'll get done. It's just not done yet. Oh. Leia hasn't fully given up, but she is now just waiting. Very patiently. Which I guess is a little bit better, but...
Here's the plan. I get a beaker of Mum's blood, and then I can see Doctor again without getting a needle.
Yeah, but George, you and I are both deities and gods and stuff. Like, that DNA sample gonna look real funny.
She knows I'm a god, otherwise I would have collected Frog's blood.
Well, oh my gosh. I don't know what to say, George.
Now hold out your arm.
No. I'm not holding out my arm, George. Alright, great. I did all the clothes. I'm actually gonna do the body first and then do here. Actually...
I hope you sleep with both eyes closed tonight.
What, George? Excuse me, George? You want to repeat that again? George. Here. Oh, this is the wrong thing. Do. There we go. And then over here, it's just getting completely shaded. There we go.
Do we have any other local gods? Just asking, don't mind the medical equipment.
I mean, you have your siblings, George, but I think that they're gonna fight you before they even give you a drop of their blood. But also, even though they're your siblings, George, they're not biologically related to you, so therefore, you can't technically really get their blood and have it be matching to yours.
I just need some blood with god DNA.
Yeah, but George, other gods' DNA would be different than yours, wouldn't it? If you think about it.
But getting my blood would require getting a needle.
Leia, not everyone is here for you. Leia, Leia, come on, Bunchkin. Oh, that actually looks really good. I'm like trying to render this a little bit more, just so that then people can be able to tell things. And then let's start going into actually highlighting it a little bit. But before we do that, I want to click on something. Do, 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 do. Oh my goodness, 3 hours. 3 hours, and we're not even finished. I haven't done the background yet, Jesus. But then again, I've been very distracted because there's been a lot of stuff going on. Leia is trying very, very hard to try and get out. Leia! Joke idea, picture of George freaking out over a needle. Hey, I mean, if you guys want to do it, you can. There we go. I think I've done enough free art for George for now, yeah. Yeah, sadly I do not do a whole lot of fan art for George, sadly. I think it's just because, like, I'm so focused on doing a lot of other things. I know what this guy is missing. He's missing eyebrows. I was like, for a while, I was like, why does this guy look kind of a little weird? He's missing eyebrows. How could I miss eyebrows? Apparently I took his eyebrows. Chillax. Chillax, my little munchkin. They gotta do their work. They gotta do a job. Let them do their work. What was that noise? What? I don't know what noise my dog just made, but that was a noise. That was a sound. What? I think she was trying to like whine, but it also came out as like a yawn, and it made the weirdest sound I've ever heard. What the heck? I was like, I think I might have to use it as a multiply layer instead. Sometimes with black and whites, I have to go back. I'm happy to say. Ooh. Yeah, you just gotta figure out, you know, when to do it, and then just you gotta organize all those ideas and thoughts together, and then once it's all ready and done, you're like, okay, this is what I'm streaming. No. Wrong color.
Pug has a mind for horror with that last one.
Horror is great. I always like a little bit of horror, you know. Actually, you know what? I've been like listening to. So, the thing is, I was like listening to a song and I was just like, you know what? This makes me feel like it's like an appropriate song for Order as well. The funny thing is that this particular song is actually a song for a Genshin like a fan-made song for a Genshin Impact character, and I'm just like, but it works so well for Order as well, just because like they've worked so hard to create this architecture of the entirety of the universe, of how everything is organized and the order of it, and then it's just like no one takes them into consideration or anything like that. They're just like, yeah, you're just a weird boss that we don't really like very much, you know. We don't really care about you and all of that sort of stuff. And it's just like, he did everything right, and then it's like, no, we don't like you. And it's like, yeah. So it's kind of, it's a little bit like saddening in a way, because it's like, I will say, I feel like Order's story and tale that I want to tell is actually quite a sad one in a way, because it's like, you know, and the funny thing is that you're never gonna see any of their story and their struggles and everything that they go with. And the reason being is just because I want to make you guys have, like, figure out what their suffering is on their own. But in general, like, you know, what do you do when, you know, your sibling is basically praised more than you are and they don't even care about it? They're just like, I'm just still gonna go do my own thing, go off and do my own stuff and everything, and then it's just like, Order just literally sees that, you know, it's like, hey, these guys really like you, and it's like, but I'm the one that organizes everything, I'm the one, you know, why can't I be, like, equally praised in a way? And, in doing so, they do a bunch of stuff that kind of ends up getting their brother quote-unquote killed. Like, they kind of kill their brother, but they don't really. It's confusing, honestly. Again, it will be explained more when I finish the first creation, you know, the creation story. And it's just kind of saddening, because it's like, they do everything that in their power to, like, some Cain and Abel. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit like the Cain and Abel story, if you think about it. But it's more of, like, like, Order understands that, like, the entirety of the universe can't exist without chaos, but everybody just, like, views that chaos is more important than order, but both of them are important, and gains resentment towards it. Ever watched Gravity Falls? No, I haven't. I mean, I watched, like, the first maybe few episodes of the first season, but when it came out, I was, like, in high school, I think. Or, like, you know, when Gravity Falls came out, I wasn't, like, really interested in that stuff. I was, like, more interested in anime at the time, so I wasn't watching a lot of shows, like, American shows. So, I think the only American show I was watching at the time was Avatar: The Last Airbender, and that was it. Also, I think I was more of a Nickelodeon kid than I was a Disney kid. Still want to know Dipper's real name. Isn't, like, Dipper's real name kind of funny? I think it was, like, no, that's Rapunzel. That's, like, that's Tangled. I was like, oh yeah, his real name is Eugene. And I was like, no, that's Tangled. Wrong one. Fucking Eugene. Mabel, Abel. Oh, Mabel and Abel. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to why he wants to be named Dipper instead. Because, like, they're like, you know, he likes the nickname Dipper instead because, like, it's like the typical twin thing of, like, naming the twins similar to each other. I hate that. Don't name your twins similarly to each other. Actually, funny enough, Order and Chaos are both siblings, like twins. So Dipper's name is Cain. Mabel, Abel. Oh, Cain and Abel. Oh, I understand. Oh, okay. Now I get the understanding. Yeah. But it's more like, even though, like, the Cain and Abel story is kind of like an old story about, like, I guess brotherly rivalry, in a way, even though that it is brotherly rivalry, it's, like, not exactly. Because the thing is, Order doesn't outright basically kill Chaos. They're just like, hey, Chaos, maybe you should just, like, fall asleep, and basically puts them into, like, a slumber. Like a deep, deep slumber. Because Chaos still needs to exist. But it's like, hey, go into this slumber, then eventually I'll just absorb, like, you know, all of your energy and power so that then you're nothing. Yeah, but puts them in a coma, basically. Order basically puts his brother into a coma. Just so he can steal all their power and glory. That's it. So he doesn't even kill him in a way. But the funny thing is that his like, so he puts out, like, a whole bunch of subordinates, to do something, and, basically what they do is they interpret the, seizing of chaos to be, like, or, like, control over chaos to be literally, like, some of them interpret it as literally absorbing parts of chaos to end up eventually just feeding to Order. But that was not what the plan was. The plan was literally just to become more important than Chaos. So, when a bunch of shit basically goes down, Order understands that they fucked up real badly. And, eventually at the end of it, they're just like, yeah, so I fucked up, brother. And the brother's just like, yeah, fucked up is a big, probably, like, I don't even think the gravity of the situation. But, like, to be honest, when they did this, they were basically, like, children, you know? They weren't, like, even adults yet. They were, like, kind of like kids. So it was, like, two kids, like, fighting over, like, being more popular than each other. And that's what it was. Because, like, the time between when the Chaos goes into a coma and then when, like, the ending of the entirety of the lore is, like, about, like, 100,000 to, like, almost 1,000,000 years, like, later. Probably 1,000,000. So it's, like, it's been a really long time. He's had lots of a lot of millennia to like think about what he did. And also now seeing how badly like this plan has really gone. And the thing is, he can't really do anything about it because he put like a new rule in, and it's like he can't like do certain things on planets because he has to basically be invited. He has to be invited by like one of the gods or something like that in order to intervene into certain things. So other than that, he can't do anything. He literally, even though he wants to fix what he's done, he can't. He literally can't. So that's why there's some stuff that ends up happening. But let's just say he getting flashbacks to being a cringe. Exactly. He gets flashbacks to being a cringe kid. Relatable. Yeah, very relatable. Cause you know, he screws up. He's a kid. He was a kid. Now he's like basically an adult, and he's like, damn, I gotta like do this repercussion. But the funny thing is that there is a particular character that's going to be in Act 3 of this entire lore comic, called Luthador, and I've been trying to figure out like, because how I've rearranged the lore so much, like he doesn't make sense anymore, and then I'm like, no, he's like the one thing that basically Order was able to kind of like create to be able to do a different plan to basically fix what he had done. So Luthador, instead of being kind of the child of like, the way of how I did the lore was a lot different. So he was originally the son of Kolvan, and then it was found out later, oh, Kolvan's actually the evil dude, we have to basically kill your dad. Instead, it's more of Order is actually technically is Luthador's father instead. And that makes more sense to me in a way. With how the lore is supposed to go. So we basically I switched things around, but also it makes for a really sentimental moment because I need a visual family tree. Yeah, sure, I'll make you a visual family tree. I'll make it on a separate, I'll make you a separate one. When we're done with this, remind me afterwards, I'll make you a visual family tree. Because I wanna finish working on this. Okay, so we need to do the face now, and then we just have the back of the hair, and then here, and then we still have to do the light over here. All right. So just remind me. Just remind me at the end. I'll give you all a visual tree of everything. Actually, I do need to make a tree so I know how everybody is connected to each other. So, funny enough, need to make one anyways. Why not do it on stream? Hey George, remind me to remind Art.
Hey mum, remind me to remind Pug to remind you.
I like how it's just the complete runaround of like, hey, remind me to remind you to do this. The funny thing is, I do that, we do that in my house. We actually do that. And it's hilarious. because we literally go, remind me to remind you to do this. And then I'm like, no, you have to remind me to remind you to do this. Or sometimes what I'll do is my mom will say like, hey, remind me to do this thing. And then I'll literally say the next second, hey, remember you have to do this thing? And she said, no, remind me later. And so I wait a few seconds and then I remind her. And she says, why? I'm like, because he told me to remind you later. It's later. And we have a little laugh. Remember, be very specific about which time you want me to remind you later. Because just saying later means that you'll only get it in a few seconds. Also, I just realized that I forgot to do the rendering on the ear.
Hey Pug, make sure you remind Art to remind me to remind you to remind Art.
Yeah. We all need reminders. It's like, hey, just everyone remind everybody else that we need to do this thing. The longer the joke goes on, the easier it will become to remember. I mean, true. What do I need to be reminded of? Uh-oh. Leia, no. You're a very smart dog. You are very, very smart, but no. My dog is slowly but surely figuring out how she can get out. And I'm like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. She's like figuring it out. She's slowly figuring it out. Also, I forgot up here. There we go. And then all I have left is back here.
Don't forget to get that photograph of me, George.
Oh yes, thank you. I actually still have it up, so. I actually was gonna forget about that. And then back here, this is all just in shadow because this is directly behind here. So I'm not even gonna bother with rendering. There we go. Here, I'm gonna do this. I just have this. Perfect. So then, Leia. There. There we go. And then what I want to do is basically over all of this, do I'm going to see how this works. And then... You know what? I wonder. Hold on. I just have a question. Is there... like... do I, like... I wonder if there's like a spider web in here somewhere. Because if not, I'll just make one. Oh my god, I had your stream up there, but there wasn't audio? Oh my god. Wait, have you just been like, I've had this stream up the entire time. Huh, she's been really quiet. So I forgot. Potato, what the heck? You know, just come in here and be like, oh yeah, I forgot I had this stream up. I should probably check up on it. You know what? I'm gonna do this. When I put my headset on, I'm playing. I'm playing Minecraft. It's like, Mom, I'm playing Minecraft. It's like, Mom, get out of my room. I'm playing Minecraft. It has that energy to it. I think it's this one. There we go. And then I actually want it to be like all I hear is someone talking to them. All I hear is empty world, and all I hear is someone talking to themselves. Hey, hey. I mean, isn't that what just streaming is? Man, I feel called out here. That's what streaming is, sir. It's just endless talking to yourself. Okay, I'm gonna create like a point here. Or you know what? Let's make the point. Oh, okay. So we're gonna have to do it differently. That's true. Exactly, exactly. There we go. So the point's gonna be here. So we need... You know what? Maybe I'll just do this differently. And then... I'll just do it like this. And then... Leia. Oh, she's whining again. My little munchkin. I know that you just want to be around people, but now is not the time. It just isn't. It isn't, Munchkin. It's a very bad time to be thinking about that. Before I get too hyper-focused on Minecraft, how are you doing, Art? I am doing great. Just trying to get this over here. And then seeing if I can actually make it like that. Perfect. Chat is working again. Chat wasn't working for a minute. What? Chat, you gotta work. You gotta work, chat. Can't just be freeloading off of me. No, joking. No. Oh my gosh. I was gonna reset this and I'm just like, didn't see potato come in while I'm thinking about it. I have ideas, Mark Penny. Puppers! I'm trying to commit entertainment. This doesn't have to be perfect, because it's literally going to be blurred in the background anyways. But let me create a duplicate of this. And then... filter... Gaussian. Alright. So it's like still there, but it's like... You know, the great thing is that's a really nice focal point as well. There we go. That actually looks really great. Oh. Looks like they're all done. Right as I'm finishing up too. Have any idea? Oh, have any ideas about combining a spider, a clown, a vampire, a spider, and a clown? Nope, God. I've never been given that kind of prompt before. Anyways, let me sign this. And then we shall be ending stream. So. Just realized that you can't even see this back one here. There's like a one in the back here. So, might do is go actually all the way down to here and actually erase this. So you can kind of see it back there. There they go. Now you can see this. But it's not getting any rendering at all because it's just back there. It's just in the back. The main reason I notice this is because and then always hide a signature somewhere else on the piece. And there we go. It is done. Finally. We're free. Alright, let me just do I'm going to put this at ow!
Art's been subbing longer than 11 months.
Excuse me? I went to get food and look at cards. Oh my goodness. Oh, no, not. Stop. There you go. I'm going to check Discord. Oh no. When you send something on Discord, you know it's going to be interesting. Anyways. Here, let me do this signature for you. So we actually had a plan of how George would do a signature. So we're gonna be doing this with my left hand. We actually tested this out. So if you come to the charity stream, this is how George is going to sign yours. That's me actually trying, by the way. That's me trying. Okay, hold on. Let me take her thing off. Alright. Hold on. I gotta open the door. You're free. Oh my goodness, a watch streak. I'm gonna be honest, this watch streaks idea is pretty cool, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't want people to know how long I've been, like, fucking lurking in their streams. Because I just lurk most of the time. When it comes to things. Serial lurker, right here. Anyways. But that's George's little signature. Mothman? What about Mothman? Alright. So that's that. And this I will send off.
Speaking of charity, Mom should get a helmet, cause Pug looks ready.
Oh no. Please, people, don't break my charity stream. I will say this much. I do have some things in mind for if we reach over the, like, estimate, like, what I am planning on. Which, by the way, our goal is 300. The only reason why they're, like, only in the hundreds is because I don't think, you know, I don't have much of a big platform to be able to raise, like, $1,000 or anything more than that. So, so that's why I'm just like, yeah, we'll just go with this. Oh. Okay. Alright, let me send this off to you I'll send this off in a second, but we're gonna create a new little thing here.
Pug, leave that ladder alone. That is overkill.
Okay, so you guys wanted a tree, right? You guys want like a tree for the lore, which I actually need to do anyways. So we're gonna make 3 trees. There's gonna be a few trees, okay? So I'm gonna use a red to do the gods, and then blue for the mortals, okay? So, so at the top of this tree, we have void. So this is the entirety of the tree. So we have void. Void creates chaos. I need like a smaller pen. Chaos and order. Together, these two create all celestial / galaxy. So they create all the celestial. So that's like, you know, moon, star, and sun gods. Now, be in mind, they create it out of energy. They're not banging. They're siblings. They're brothers. They're siblings. They do not they don't do anything else. Then these two also go on to create they also create planets, but not planet deities. So they create so chaos goes on and makes variants, and those variants become gods of planets. And then chaos imbues others with chaos to create gods of planet. Together, these create material / here, no, let me go back. Material / element atoll. There you go. So they just suddenly exist. Relatable. Yeah. They just suddenly exist. So that is the entirety of how all of the gods work. This is the entirety of the pantheon. And then other planets will have separate pantheons. Picked up the Mothman and Doggy Fallout decks at the shop around the... Oh, okay. Now, the other thing is... So this is for gods. This is gods. This is all the gods. This is how the gods work. Then, we kind of get into... certain other things. Yeah, there's a doggy like Fallout deck for Magic the Gathering. So I'm gonna use a purple right now to talk about. So this is on Telvon. So this is only to do with the planet Telvon. Okay, this is only to do with this planet. So planet. So we have, Telvok, which is chaos. And we have Telvek, which is order. Yes, these two do follow the... They are not brothers, though. Just keep that in mind. These two go on to create... to make Siren. Yes, I do know all the names. Fira. Tyra. Tyra. This is Ra. Tyda is the other person that we have. Rook. And I think it was Terra. No, it wasn't Terra. It was... Oh, Thera. No, it wasn't Thera. No, it was Thera. Thera. Oh, it's Thera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And lastly, yes, this one is Luthador. This is not the same Luthador as the Mortal, though. And Mothman from Fallout 76. Dogmeat from Fallout. Oh, okay. Yeah, Luthador is not the same Luthador. This is a different one. The Luthador that we know of, the Mortal one, is named after this one. So yeah, so these are all the siblings. Hold on, let me... These all are siblings. These ones all are their siblings. Siblings, siblings, siblings. This is my brother. This is my sister. We are siblings and we care for each other. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about each other. Oh, these guys don't give a fuck about each other. What the heck? That light just suddenly became brighter. Oop, that's not what I meant. And then you get moved over here. Alright. So Tyra kinda dies and gets reborn as Starlia. A star goddess. And then Starlia and Lunar go on to have some kids and children. Yeah. So so that's like the simplisticness of just the planet Telvon. But you know, I need to make this smaller in order for it to make sense. But then, all the rest of these basically die. And so they get killed. They get killed off. And this one survives and becomes Kolvan. Now, there are, like, other... So, Siren actually has offspring. Like, all of these technically have other, I would say minor gods. So there are minor gods under all of them. I like how there's an ad right now. So there's minor gods all underneath every single one of them, right? So yeah. But there ends up then just being... Oh, also, Telvok... So I'm gonna bring Telvok down here. Telvok turns into Master. And is forced to create Blightons. Well, technically these two combine their power and create Blightons. Which are mortal. They're mortal. But Telvok. So Telvok and all these guys together go on and create Telvans, which are also mortal. As you can see, the lore is already very complicated just with doing this. It's getting very, very convoluted already. Well, it's not convoluted, it's pretty straightforward. It's just like, these people create these people. Together, these guys create these guys. That's it. That's all it is. And then, here, let me, I need to minimize this. So this is the void. This is like the simplisticness. This is the simplest up here. And then over here we have, this one. And then we're gonna get into doing some of the mortal family trees. I'll only do two, which will be Luthador and Art, because Luthador's is a little bit interesting. So for mortals, I'm gonna make it blue. So I'm gonna put Art down here at the bottom. So we have Art, and then over here we have Luthador. Oh, Luthador I'll make on a different one. So we'll do Art first. So Art's here at the bottom. Of Art. So Art is complicated because she actually has two sets of parents. So this is bio, and then this is adopted. So mom is kind of unknown, and then we have Lord Gareth. Oh my gosh, Gareth. Therendel. There we go. And then we have over here, Nicia and King. Who, if I put a B by them, that just means that they're Blighton, and if I put a T, they're a Telvan. So, yeah, so, and also, this was the one that raised, So yeah, that's art. That's the simplicity of Art's entire family tree. Like, that's about as simple as I'm gonna get with it. Because it used to be more convoluted. It wasn't as it's not convoluted. It's pretty simplistic. It's the most simplistic family tree, like, compared to everything else. All right, and then we got Luthador, which is another person that we have. So we have Luthador. Luthador is not the same as this Luthador. They're not the same. This is a god, this is regular. So they're not the same. So we have Luthador. And Luthador is only two things. So Luthador kind of had multiple partners. So Luthador kind of had like a lot of partners, let's just say, and a question on children, honestly. Yeah, so that's gonna be talked about in the lore a little bit, but he had no. What did I name her again? Oh. Mira? My family tree is simple. You have Pokemon, then you stop. Yeah. Now, how it used to be is that this was Colvon. Like, the dad used to be Colvon. But because of how the lore is, I'm gonna say it's Order disguised as Colvon. Quote, Colvon. So basically he pretended. So yeah, so technically he is like the offspring of it. So the funny thing is that these two are actually called the Absolutes. Because nothing in the universe can exist without them. They're the absolute. You can't go like higher than them. The only thing higher than them is the void, and the void is just like whatever. So yeah. So technically they are a mortal absolute. So they're a demigod. Demigod. But that also makes sense for how powerful they kind of are, because they're basically, you know, they're typical anime protagonists, you know? They're like super powerful, but they just decide not to show their power because they know how powerful they are, so they just kind of like, you know, decide not to do that anymore. So yeah, but there you go. There's the simple family trees for you all. That nobody asked for, but, well, no, somebody did ask for it. But is super interesting. So yeah. That's it. That's the entirety. I might even post this up as being like, when people ask me about the lore, I just pull up the family tree. When people ask me about the lore, like, oh, how long have you been thinking about your lore comic? Pulls out this. But hey, you know what? You kind of like need this in order to further understand the complexities of not only, especially when you're dealing with gods. I'm gonna be honest, if you're writing anything and you're dealing with gods and other things, you really have to think about how your pantheon is put together and like how everything came into being, because it helps you in the long run. Because then it's like, why do people act the way that they do? Why do they do the things that they do? I will say, though, I have to include the creation story and a few other things because it needs to be put in there for background in order to make sense of things, right? Which is great. Anyways, let me go into I need to go into here. I think yeah, it's in here. No, it's, you know what? I'll put it under story for family trees. There we go. I called it family trees. Anyways, I'm gonna like switch over. I keep it simple. There's everything, and that's the one. Yeah, I mean, some people like to keep it simpler, but if you're like, I would say like for most world building, you can keep it simple, but if like gods and deities are going to be involved in the story, and like that's a major part of the actual story, you really need to think about it. But if that's not really important, like maybe gods are not important to like the culture or anything like that, then don't think about it. Now if they're important in like, let's say like these people travel to like another country or like another kingdom or something like that, and they have a god or deity, it's like, does that god, or do they just believe in that deity, or does that affect like the architecture or the way that they dress or how they talk or how they speak or how they view the world or what they eat? So when you're dealing with gods, and definitely that of religions, you have to keep that in mind, because like you can even look at just like the Catholic, like, or the Christian religion in general, to look at how they build their churches. Like, why do people wear certain clothes? What do they particularly eat? Also with that of like, you know, Judaism as well, like, you know, in Judaism, like you can't eat a pork and stuff, and the reason because of that is because it goes back to tradition and into that of their text and what they believe in. So everything has to do with something, and even down to like clothes, or even particularly how they pray. So as you can see, I know a little bit about a lot of different religions, so it kind of is very helpful to kind of see how other people would interact, and not only just like, because gods are a main thing in the world. Like, actually, how they view the world is very central to that of connecting to that of not only just chaos and magic, but a lot of other things. It actually says that because swine in the Middle East can't be eaten without getting sick. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Because if the origins of Judaism came from that region, then yeah, it would make sense then that they would put that as part of their religion. So it's just like a thing now, because it's like, you know. I mean, true. Like, even nowadays, like, really not well-cooked pork can still create you to be very sick. Again, same thing goes with like many other things that are not cooked properly. Well, actually, in the old, funny enough, in the older Bible, like not the King James, not King James. There's some older Bibles that actually have written in it like potions and health remedies, and even that of literally a way to they called it the poison waters, and it was to get rid of a unplanned pregnancy, or if you had thought that your wife had committed adultery, then they would give you the deadly waters or the forbidden waters or something like that. And yeah, there was a whole entire thing written down for how, like, what herbs to use and everything like that. So, very interesting. I just think it's interesting. And again, like, even in, you know, not only in Judaism, but Islam, and even in Hinduism, there's some things written down about just, like, practical things in there. Because, yeah, it makes sense. It's like, you know, if you want people to kind of like be able to do it, then it's like, you know, they didn't have scientists and stuff back then, but they did have religious leaders, and religious leaders were kind of like somewhat in charge of healing the sick and helping them when they needed it. So of course there's probably going to be a lot of practical advice in there, so that then, you know, they could pass that knowledge on to the next people that would be in charge of that. So yeah, again, very interesting. And a lot of different, you know, a lot of different places around the world have different ways of going about things, and it's interesting. So it's like, you know, when you're involving a world about gods, I personally think when you're writing it and approaching it, you have to kind of take that in mind of like how, like, why do they dress a certain way? Why do they look a certain way? Like, for example, there's literally in the world of Telvan, when we get to it, and explaining the world, there's literally an entire culture of people where normal day wear is they wear armor. They wear armor normally in their everyday use. Just straight up fucking wearing metal armor. And the reason that they do that is because their god that they had believed in, which was the fire god, was a war god as well, and was always like, you know, ready and prepared for battle. So now not everybody wears it, but most of them do wear some sort of like metal or like something that looks akin to that of armor, because that's just part of how they dress. So yeah, exactly. It's like cuz fashion. So they also are very much decked out in a lot of jewelry as well. They're very like have a lot of jewelry. Because if you're gonna slay, you might as well also slay. Cuz that's how it works. So it's like, you know, and then you know, there's another you know, like my phrase that I always say, like, may the winds guide you until next time. That's because art's like where art comes from, in her little area, they believe in the sky god, and when they say goodbye to somebody, they say, may the winds guide you until next time, because it's not saying goodbye. Because, you know, like, you know, saying goodbye is like, you know, you're saying goodbye in the sense of they're gone, like they're gone, like they're dead, like, so if you say like goodbye to somebody, it means like you'll never see them again. So when you say like, may the winds guide you until next time, you're hoping that, you know, the winds will guide you safely to wherever you're going to go, and maybe they'll guide you right back safely to your hometown or wherever you're going to go, or back to, you know, the person that had told you, like, may the winds guide you until next time. It sounds very formal, but it's actually super informal. I guess a simpler way is like just may the winds guide you. So if you want to do like, you know, if you want to meet that person again, then you add until next time. But if you're just like, you know, saying goodbye or whatever, like super informally, then it could still be interpreted depending on the context of if you'll see them again or not. So yeah, so that's a little tidbit of that. So because like I literally thought about like how would these guys like interact, and even like going into some other lore. So Luthador is from a people that are underground, so they call most of people that are from like the surface area or even higher than that, they just call them surface dwellers. They don't even call them like their actual names. And actually it used to be like meant the way that of how they used to say it was like to be insulting, but now that's just a term for how they actually just call them, so it's not insulting. But the funny thing is like Luthador, when he was like around, it was an insult, and he like was locked away in like a time prison for like 10,000 years and then got unlocked. So he's like, oh my gosh, they're cursing out Art. Art's just like, no, they're not cursing me. This is what they call us. And he's like, wait, what? To kind of like understand the idea that languages change over time. And eventually what used to be something to be an insult is now just common language as a part of the everyday language. Now, technically, all of the different Telvins of the world do have their own dialect, but there is, like, a main dialect that everybody can understand. So it's kind of like, everyone has a different language, but then there's, like, one base language that kind of everyone can understand. It's like typical D&D, like, everyone understands, like, common in some sort of way or fashion, but then there's, like, like, Elvish and Dwarvish and Orcish, there's all that. 10,000 years, I'm just generating. Yeah. No, but what's really funny is that what boggles Luthador's mind the most is that, now the thing is, I was gonna either make it 10,000 or 2,000 years, but either way, it's still gonna show a generational gap. A big one at that. Anyways, let's get off of here and let's go to the regular just chatting. Because I probably need to go and take my dog out for walkies. The good thing is that now the sun sets later on in the day, meaning that I can take my dog out after I stream. And I don't have to basically rush out to get her to go on her to make sure that she can go on a walk. So that's great. I'm just gonna move my drawing tablet. What are you doing? There you go. And move that over there. See you next time. Yeah, see ya, Pug. I'm gonna be raiding out as well. So let us find somebody that we can raid. I'm sure by now there's plenty of people. That was a long stream. Someone's playing Oh Dear. I need to get that game. I need to get Oh Dear. I feel like that would be a funny game to play. But the thing is that it's a multiplayer game. I'm trying to, like, think of who I want. Oh, there's a lot of people playing. Oh. I knew exactly who we can raid. I know who we're raiding. Jose, get the raid message. I know who we're raiding. Alright, let me get the raid message. But I know who we're raiding. No, I don't want that. I want that. Good. Alright. I have it. We have it all together now. By the way, I wanted to ask, like, if I start streaming, like, at 4 p.m. to, like, if I start streaming at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I don't know if that would be better for people, like, streaming, like, later on in the night. But the other thing is that I get pretty tired when it comes to later on in the night compared to, like, in the afternoon-ish. So I'm just like, should I or should I not? It's all quite a possibility, but I don't know. But anyways, so I just wanted to say, let's, like, end the few things off with, so I haven't, like, been talking about Qandle, the Qandle company that I am affiliated with. I don't know when the Art Creates Qandle is coming out because, again, nobody has, like, really said anything to me recently, so I don't know. I'll send the art when it needs to be done. But they do have now that you can get a random candle. So if you just want, like, a random candle, like, you know, basically it's just like a gotcha. So you can get a random candle. That's what they have now. They also have soaps now. They're doing t-shirts, phones, a whole bunch of other things. And again, this kind of works a little bit like how Uwu Market does, where they have like a whole bunch of different things for different VTubers. So not only will you be supporting me by clicking the affiliate link and going and getting a candle or wax melts or whatever else, you'll also be supporting those other VTubers. So yeah, and maybe you might be surprised. Maybe a VTuber that you really like is actually on there. So definitely go and get those amazing candles. They're all soy candles and environmentally friendly. And as a person that gets headaches whenever they usually have normal candles, I did not get a headache with these, so go and check those out. I haven't been promoting them recently, but it's just because it's been kind of hard to really kind of do it. I just keep forgetting. That's the problem. But eventually we're going to be getting an Art Creates candle somewhere in the future. I don't know when. I hope maybe around the time when I debut my summer outfit and am doing like my 2-year anniversary, which is, well, 2-year stream anniversary, and then it'll be my 3-year anniversary of streaming. So yeah, been doing this for 3 years. Anyways, with that in mind, let me get this raid completely started. And then in April, we're doing the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network during the entire month. So we are just going to be raising for charity during the entire month of April because it is Autistic Awareness Month. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to have some fun stuff. I am debuting a new fun model. George is getting a new look. We'll be hinting at that soon, probably next week. I'll be also posting about it on Twitter, so repost it, you know, put the word out there, and just, you know, let's all come together, have fun, raise some money, and just have fun. Yes, there are goals. I will be posting that later as well, because I have that all completed and done with. So yeah, just gonna have some fun. And without any further ado, as I always say, may the winds guide you. Until next time. Goodbye, everybody.